How are we doing? I see a lot of people saying good afternoon and good morning. Hi, friends. Are you ready for our second day of sprints for our TBRathon March weekend? By being here, by reading one page this weekend, you have earned the March badge, which is very exciting for those of us who are completionists or who are just trying to collect all of the badges that they can. I am very excited because I'm finally participating. Yesterday, obviously, I hosted sprints, but I wasn't able to read a middle grade book because I'm hanging out in the Whispering Well this weekend. But I wanted to finish. I wanted to read one more book off of my list, and then I was like, okay, we're good to go. Let me see what's going on with Streamlabs and why I'm not seeing the chat popping up. I see it on the side, but you guys know I like to see it on screen. So let me see if I can get that sorted while I'm chatting with you guys. Let's see here. I hope you guys are letting me know. Oh, hello, Germany. I love when everyone tells me where they're from. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, good evening from Cape Town. Hello. Okay, now the chat. See, now it's popping up. As soon as I log into Streamlabs, it shows it. I don't really know what's going on there, but anywho, a place in the Discord to download the March badge. Good question. Yes, there is. So all of the badges are found within the channel info and graphics. If you go to the Google folder under map of stories, you'll find the map badges. Technically, there are, a handful of badges that you can earn without participating in map of stories, but since a majority of them were designed for map of stories, that's where it sits. But if you're doing, TBR Explorer, if you're participating in Lost in the Library, if you're just hanging out every TBRathon weekend and you want badges, then the weekend badges obviously count for that. So don't feel like you need to participate in Map of Stories to earn some of the badges. So yeah, good question. I'm glad you asked. We've got Sweden and Canada, North Carolina. I am streaming from Pennsylvania, United States today, by the way. So I'm representing the PA people. Texas as well. Very nice. Also, I feel as though those of us here in the United States right now, I feel, is it every weekend? I feel as though whenever we're here, I'm talking about how there's bad weather. We've been having quite, severe thunderstorms across the United States. Here it's just been quite rainy, risks of flooding, but nothing else beyond that. But I know that we were talking about yesterday how the Midwest, some areas that are prone to tornadoes, there was a risk of that. So I hope that didn't end up happening. Oklahoma is an example of that. Hello. Oh my gosh, Emily, you're working on a drop of corruption. I love it. Wonderful. We've got Connecticut too, cloudy part of England. I mean, I will say I'm a lover of thunderstorms, of cloudy, rainy weather. So, I mean, that sounds like the perfect day for me. And that's pretty much what it is. I look outside and I don't see blue sky. I see just a white sky, showing that there's just some bright clouds above us. And at least it's, we still get some light. It's just a little bit cloudy. Also, that reminds me, I just discovered last night after sprints, that here, at least in North America, we are participating in Spring Forward. So the clocks are changing tonight/tomorrow at 2 a.m. And I was like, oh, I was not prepared for that. And so I'm like, I'm glad I know. I guess it doesn't really impact our lives that much, but I was like, that is good to know. Rainy, foggy, Maryland sounds great. I see some other reps for Pennsylvania. Oh my gosh, Saudi, amazing. We've got representation from there, Michigan and Oklahoma, Australia. It's 3 a.m. What are you doing? It's so late/early for you. I'm so sorry. I'm sure that you probably can't sleep. So I hope that maybe my voice exhausts you. I hope it lulls you to sleep. So sorry to hear about that. Iserla, thank you so much for reminding people to like the stream. I appreciate it. Obviously that requires people to be logged in, and not everyone has a YouTube account. So don't feel as though it's going to make or break the experience if you're just a lurker who doesn't really want to sign up for YouTube. But if you guys are enjoying yourselves, I would appreciate the like. So yeah, thanks for that. Hello to Belgium, Anouk. Belgium has my heart, as many people already know. Oh my gosh, Pixie. So I almost was going to read the Jumbies, spooky middle grade, because that sounds great. And I decided to, you know, make sure less is more and reading a priority read because the map makers counts for our fantasy, which I said yesterday. And so as much as I want to read the Jumbies and other middle grade, I don't want to overwhelm myself, but you're going to have to let me know what you think. You said it's so fun so far. That sounds great. Oh my gosh, we've got some Philly representation. Wonderful. More UK rep. Oh, you found a Green Penguin edition of Port of London Murders. Oh my, see, I'm so jealous of people who have like the Green Penguin editions. I'm sure that we have some in the US here because, books find their way across oceans all the time, but I've never really seen them in person. That's really cool. And you're in the UK, so probably a little bit easier to find them. Not all titles, but that's really awesome. Annika's here. Hello. So you're waking up. You're sleeping. The storms were when you were sleeping and not when you're awake. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's true. I do like falling asleep to. I guess. Sometimes it can be distracting to fall asleep, but you're right. I do kind of like when it's just like rainy. I wake up and like looking out the window. Oh, it's raining outside, and then I just roll over and go back to bed. Lots of Germany representation. That is awesome. This is like a perfect time for Germany, apparently, as far as streaming goes. Let's see. What else are we working on? Beg, Borrow, and Steal by Sarah Adams. We've got some romance going on. From Canada, but in Angola. Oh, that's so cool. Well, that also expats, right? So people who are from one country, but they're currently living or they reside in another. That's also a good point to make, too. That's really interesting. You're going to be working on editing. Sounds good. Yeah, people don't have to be reading during the sprint. I will be, but as promised for some people yesterday, I'm going to be listening to the map makers because I do have it on audio. Yesterday, I was basically just reading my ebook the entire time, but my plan is to work on my blanket. So hopefully I'll have some blanket updates for you all as I, go through the day and listen to the map makers. I'm just going to be sewing. I'm just going to be connecting stuff. So it's nothing too exciting, but you're going to see it grow. You're going to see my blanket grow, which is really exciting. So yeah, 5 p.m. Oh yeah, 5 p.m. in Germany. Maybe some people are getting dinner or prepping for dinner, but it is kind of like you've had your Saturday. So that definitely makes sense for sure. Going to be reading some other books. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, really good. So for About the Jumbies, Caribbean folklore so far. It's getting into more action part now. If you do love folklore in your books, I'd suggest Comb of Wishes by Lisa Stringfellow. Okay, another recommendation. Oh, wonderful. Thanks so much for that. That sounds great to me. I do really enjoy seeing like folklore, like folkloric creatures or something of that sort from various parts of the world. That's awesome. Greetings from Poland. Hello, Isa. I hope you're having a great day. Couldn't join yesterday. See, that is actually, I'm really glad that I'm able to do this, for a couple days as far as like every weekend goes, like every readathon weekend, and I try to switch up the times. So usually if there's an afternoon time for me, there's an evening or a morning, and so I'm glad that because Friday night, it was a Friday night for me. It's not going to work for half the world because you're getting ready for bed, and I'm not asking you to take away any of your, necessary sleep. So today, I think it works out for the other half of the world, which is great. Working on Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. Awesome, Nadine. There's been quite a few people who have been working on Jane Austen this month. Yesterday we had Pride and Prejudice, but we also had Emma represented by Temmie. So that's quite fun that more and more people are working on Jane Austen's canon. Pictures of You by Emma Gray. So you're juggling two things. Bronwyn finished War and Peace. Have a plan to read it. Oh my gosh, per day or week. Took 8 months. That is dedication. I'm trying to remember the last time I dedicated myself to a book that took me that long. And obviously it's really long, and you probably got a lot out of it by taking your time. But that's crazy. That is so an 8-month read. Oh my gosh. What did you think of it? Did you like it? What's your rating? What are your thoughts at this point? That's what I'm interested in. Okay, a mix of socks, knitting socks, and reading for Annette. That sounds great. I'll be doing some crafting as well. Not knitting, because I still don't know how to do that, but not even crocheting. I guess I'm just going to be sewing them together. Yes, crochet, temporary. Broke your sewing machine yesterday. No, I'm so sorry to hear that, Hannah. Back to other activities like crochet, embroidery. Also, something I want to do embroidery. I want to learn how to do that. We also have some more UK and Texas representation. Binti, that is also on my list. I do want to try that out, especially because while I've had a mixed bag with Nydia Corafor, the stuff I have liked, I feel like Binti leans that way, and so I think that's going to work for me. We have Bree in the chat. 4 Paws in a Book. Hello, friend. And speaking of readathons, I shouted out Brittany yesterday with her weekend at Timmy's. Obviously, if people enjoy readathons, they should make sure that they know of Bree if you don't already. I'm sure most of you already know who she is. But she is coming back with amazing readathon in June. So add it to your calendars. Make sure that that is the readathon you're doing in June. And you can juggle multiple readathons per usual. But oh my gosh, wait, I didn't even read your comment, Bree. Listening to Fundamentals of Being a Good Girl Today and working on some amazing things. And you guys already know what that probably means because I already hyped her up. That's so funny. So yeah, you guys don't want to miss it. It's really fun. And for people who have participated in Amazing Readathon, I wouldn't be mad if you shouted her out in the comments and reaffirmed how great it is because I haven't missed it. Every single year I participate. And so it's one that I make sure I do every single year. So yeah, lovely to have you here, Brie. I hope you continue to enjoy your book as you listen to it. We also have, diving into East of Eden, reading Emma as well, areas. Oh my gosh, need to read Pride and Prejudice. Yeah. I'm slowly making my way through her canon. I haven't read everything. Actually, someone really kindly gifted me Persuasion from my wish list, and I'm like, oh my goodness. So for those who are Persuasion fans, that is definitely going to be my next Jane Austen because I was floored when I ended up getting the package. So I'm not sure who gave it to me. I'm going to have to reach out to bookshop.org and ask them. But anyway, so that's going to be my next Jane Austen on the docket. Some middle grade Rex, Allie. Listen, I have so many for you, and more people in the comments can provide their own middle grade recommendations. Obviously, I enjoyed The Hatmakers by Tamsin Merchant. Frostheart is a very popular one that people love. What else? If you like sci-fi, Trex is a really fun one. Wonderscape / Legendarium by Jennifer Bell. Those have time travel, and it's really fun. Garlic and the Vampire, I ended up just mentioning in my duologies recommendation video. Ophi's Ghost, if you like historical mystery, because that has, and actually that's set in Pennsylvania for those who are interested. It's set in Pittsburgh, if I remember correctly. What else? I ended up just reading The Undead Fox of Deadwood Forest this December. Cried my eyes out. It was so good. For those who want a middle grade that's going to make you cry, highly recommend that. What else? No One Leaves the Castle is fantasy mystery. It's hilarious. It's very, very fun. That's by Christopher Healy. Kate Alice Marshall has some great spooky middle grade for those who like horror. Arusha is a great shout as well. What else I feel as though there's a lot of other people providing like books that they're mentioning. So there might be recommendations in the comments too. But yeah, Bronwyn, War and Peace, 3 stars. Okay, not your usual genre. Probably it's more of a feat where you're saying, I am glad I read it, right? Like you're like, this was something I dedicated myself to. Here we are. And then, Beaded Cross Stitch. I see that in the comments too. Oh, that's awesome that you're working on that. Oh, you're a cow? You're doing a cow for your friend? That sounds great. And then I also see Louise is here. Hi, Louise. Gonna make dinner now after I'm gonna get on with sewing badges. We're doing a lot of crafting. We're doing a lot of like craft work and stuff today. Green glass house. I'm so glad that you mentioned that, Bia. That was so good as well. I teared up. I think I distinctly the author's note, for whatever reason, that really got to me. And I also see Pixie mentioned Green Glass House too. So clearly That's a favorite in the comments. And I really love that. I didn't read that this winter, but last winter I did, and I've been meaning to continue because there's more in the series. So yeah, added the Undead Fox after seeing your review. It's so good. I didn't read nearly enough middle grade last year, and this was one of my last books. I just picked it up on a whim because I realized I was reading a lot of fox related fiction where there were fox like characters, and it felt like it was meant to be. And yeah, it was like one of my last 5 stars of the year. It was so good. Highly recommended. But yeah. Anywho, we ended up just hitting the 15 minute mark. So I'm going to get us settled in our first sprint. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate you. And I hope that we can get some productive stuff done today, whether it's crafting, reading. I see Annika's craft is cooking. And that's craft. You got to be creative. And you can do some like nice presentation depending on what you're making. So yeah, I'm totally for that. We're counting that as craft. We're counting that as being crafty and creative today. But anywho, I will see you guys in about an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome to those who arrived during that sprint. I hope you had a productive hour or couple of minutes if you just joined. As quite a few of you very kindly complimented and saw, I made progress on my blanket. And I'll show it again. So here is what I'll show you guys the squares. I ended up making a granny square kind of patchwork blanket, and I've made 9 by 9 squares like this. You can see that there are 9 here, and now I'm trying to put them all together, and I've combined 3 of them. So now we know how wide and tall it's, because it's going to be a square. And so here is what it's looking like. It's honestly, it's way bigger than I expected. I don't know how you guys can hear me because I'm going to be walking away from the mic, but here it is. And then it's going to keep going. That's what it looks like. It's way bigger than I expected. You know, even when I was kind of like, obviously I knew, okay, I've got these 9 by 9s. I put 3 of them together. That's how long it is. But I guess I forgot how I'm not that tall of a person because I feel like it's like as tall as I am. I'm 5 feet 3 inches, well, 5'2", maybe 5'3" on a good day. And I feel like this is like as tall as I am. Like I had to like reach up for it to like hit the ground. So yay, I'm glad because I was kind of thinking, obviously I put quite a bit of yarn into this, like, but I wasn't sure size wise, like, so anyway. Thank you all so much. I see all of your compliments. It's very, very nice of you. Thank you so much. I see that people have also been, providing their progress, how much more percentages or pages they made, which is awesome. So congrats everyone who made progress. I see Song of Achilles being represented, laundry, that's amazing. Oh my gosh, Nellie, you're reading the new Sadika Johnson book. What do you think of it? Because that has been on my radar. Yeah, maybe about a queen sized. I think that's probably the right, which is kind of nice because my bed is a full, so it's not a queen, it's not a single, it's like a middle of the road. And so I actually think it's going to fit perfectly on my bed, which is really lovely. So yay! So that's great. But yeah, I read Yellow Wife by Sadika Johnson years ago when it came out, and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, bigger the blanket, the better. Exactly. I can be all cozy, and I like extra material. Like I like a blanket that kind of almost like I'm like flooded by. Like I feel like I'm, waiting in like blanket. I like that. So yeah, 56 pages of Ministry of Time. Iona, you're loving it. I'm so glad. I did DNF, but it was so early that actually, so next week I'm going to come out with a DNF audit video where I talk about all of my major DNFs in like the last 6 months. I don't even mention Ministry of Time because it was so early. It was the first chapter, and I just kind of felt as though I was also getting in a bit of a reading slump. I had DNF'd quite a few books. I think I picked it up what's crazy? I remember I picked up in August, and I think that was like one of my lower reading months. Half of the books I read were manga, which is lovely. It's exactly what I needed. But as far as like, quantity of reading, it was a bad time. So it really, there's no strong reason. I had no huge issues with the book, Iona, just so you know. So I'm really glad that you're loving it. And it might be something I pick up again because like it was literally, I think I read 1 chapter and I just wasn't in the mood. So yeah. Made lunch, finished Dead at the Seance. Congratulations on finishing your book. Lovely. Halfway through The Strangers for Whispering Well. Wonderful. Also see that Ellie is reading Witches by Tracy Borman. Bells ended up making 32 pages done. Wonderful. Ooh, a math lecture, talking note, and you're taking notes. You got to do what you got to do, Isserla. Like people who are doing homework, who are doing assignments, research, chores, making food for themselves, that's all productivity because it has to be done. And it's a bit of a luxury for us who get to read. So hopefully you can live vicariously through us. Nellie says, "Oh, it's good. Okay, so for the new Johnson book, okay, great. 3 characters think their stories will converge. I love when that happens, so that actually makes me even more excited." Isa says, "I'm also short. Also like to have extra material because then you can wrap yourself like a mummy. That's exactly like I'm someone who likes to tuck in myself when I'm in my bed. I like to like feel as though I'm like wrapped up. So I fully am with you on that." Everyone's reading during the breaks. I'm over here just catching up on some of the week's video uploads. Hey, Robin, that is productivity. You want to get that done. You're going to check it off your to-do list. It's great. Bethany is reading First Time Caller. That's a book that so many people love. Obviously, romance is hit or miss for me, but I'm really glad that you're enjoying that. I'm pretty sure everyone we know has loved it. I don't feel like that really even counts for DNF. Yeah, that's why I didn't even mention it. There's quite a few that I would say I would count it as a DNF, but it's not really worth talking too much about. I just put it down, may get back to it, may not. It is what it is. So yeah, for me it counts, but it's not a significant one. Like this year, I think every book I've DNF'd, I was at least 25% in. There were a couple that I was 50 to 70% in, which is kind of wild. Those are significant DNFs. So yeah, Pixie, 65% through. Wonderful. Moore's here. Hi, Moore. Rough night with dogs and storms. We were talking about that earlier with storms and stuff. Good afternoon, Natalie. Hope you're having a great day. Deborah, you had a migraine last night. I'm so sorry to hear that. As someone who periodically experiences migraines, I would never wish them upon anyone. They are the worst. So today you can only listen to Service Model. I hope that it's bringing you some comfort. I hope you like it. I know that I think that we've talked before and you were enjoying it, but I love that book so much. So I hope that you're continuing to like it. Hello, Anna. I don't know if I noticed you coming in before. Ate dinner, wonderful, tidying up the living room. Hello, Jen. I hope you have had a great morning so far. Hope it's a good Saturday for you. It is. Honestly, yeah, I had a pretty nice, relaxed morning. I ended up going off running some errands, hence why I have to-go coffee with me. But now I'm just kind of settling in. And oh, by the way, I am 10% of the way through Mapmakers. I've read the first like 4.5 chapters, and it's really sweet. It's actually really nice because you kind of expect this with middle grade where you're encouraging good habits and like a positive experience with reading. And so already twice characters have kind of compared, like have discussed how important reading and writing is, even though it has nothing to do with the story because we're, in a fantastical alternate historical London and, it has nothing to do with that. But they were talking about that another form of magic is writing and reading and like the importance of, following a story. Like a story is only as important as the reader reading it because without a reader, a story doesn't have any type of it doesn't have an impact. Like a story cannot be read without a reader. And so I really loved those few moments that were included there. Because I always imagine like middle grade age people reading that and them kind of being like, I'm participating in this. I'm reading. They're talking about me. So it's really wonderful. Oh yeah, Sleepless in Seattle, which I kind of missed the train on. I know that I think it came out when I was younger, but I don't know that one. I'm probably some people are going to be like, Leandra, do you know what good films are? But like Sleepless in Seattle, I kind of put that in the same realm as like You've Got Mail. When what's his name? Something Met Sally. Those. It's a certain era, it's a certain type of romance film that I'm not as into, but I know some people love them. Like cult classics, people love them so much. So that's kind of the realm I have it. So instant nostalgia for you, which is great. What else? Part of the Short Girl Society. 5 feet. Very nice. My brother calls me penguin size. Oh, that's actually really cute. Yeah, we're shorties. We certainly are. Good morning. How are you, Exhausted Flamingo? Just finished Brimstone. 3.75. Rounded it to 4. Okay, so didn't hate it, which is good. And probably maybe it has like a bit of middle book syndrome because I imagine another book is going to come out for it too. Oh, Belle's cat cuddled up next to you. That's so cute. Almost halfway through Race the Sands. Jen is telling to Neil. Very nice. 80 pages left in A Drop of Corruption. You are so close to the end. And for those, I don't know, for those who are fans of the Tainted Cup, Drop of Corruption, Anna and Din mystery series, the third book, the cover was announced or is official, and I'm so excited for it. It looks so good. I can't wait to like have it next to my other books, because it's gonna be great. When Harry Met Sally, that's what it's called. Yeah, I was like, it's some man's name. I don't know who it is. Thanks, Annika. And then loved Map Makers. Glad you're enjoying it. I'm really liking it. Cordelia. We've got Sam, Goose. Like I'm obviously returning to these characters that I think when I read The Hat Makers, it might have been 2024. So it's been some time, but it feels as though not much time has passed, which is great. And then looking at it this way, have no room to judge. I know you know what you read, know what you like. Like we all know what we like and what we don't like, which is good. It's important. We got to get through some of the books that we're not as big of fans of, / movies too. Still pretty young for Sleepless in Seattle, but that plot is just fun. I don't know if it's been a long time since I watched any of those movies, but I bet they are awful. Yeah, it is. Isn't it? It's one of those things where there are also, we always have to have room for films that maybe now, if we watched it for the first time, wouldn't be much to sneeze at, but at the time it was great. And now every time we watch it, it's going to continue to be great. Same with TV shows. There are certain comfort TV shows where I think if this came out now, would it be as popular as it was? Probably not. So thank goodness it came out at the right time. And now it's just kind of part of my canon of things I watch for comfort. So there's definitely that too to keep in mind. Or there are some movies that just remain classics forever. They're always good. It doesn't matter. Like people will always love them, and we'll show them to our friends, family, the next generation, and people will continue to love it forever. So it always kind of there's always a mix of that. Hello, Joshua. Hope you're well. I hope you're well too. Hopefully need some accountability to finish your job application. See? People don't have to be reading during these sprints. They have to be doing job applications. Get that stuff done. You're going to feel better later in the day. And maybe tomorrow, Sunday, you can give yourself the day off with job applications. Good luck. It's very stressful. Not only job applications, but then interviews and everything else. The sequel to The First Time Caller is inspired by When Harry Met Sally. Oh, so I'm on the right track. When I said that those films feel like they're in the same era and I kind of clumped them together, I was right. Okay, that actually makes me feel really good, Bia. So I'm glad you mentioned that. That's so funny. What's another one? While You Were Sleeping? Isn't that a Sandra Bullock book? I say Sandra Bullock book. Isn't that a Sandra Bullock movie? I kind of have that era too. They might have been many years apart, but for some reason I'm always pairing all of those movies together. I love my American covers. The British covers are, yes. So as far as like the Tainted Cup, that series, both covers are really lovely. I just like that they went in such different approaches. Like if you put the American cover of the Tainted Cup and the British cover of the Tainted Cup, you'd be like, wow, the artists had completely different visions. But I think they're both really lovely, actually. So yeah. Rewatched While You Were Sleeping last weekend. Oh my gosh, did I mention While You Were Sleeping before or after that comment to Neil? Because that's so funny that we had the same thought. Still really liked it, but there are other rom-coms I may not like as much. And it's also an unhinged film. Like if you think about what she did, and that was kind of the era of it, like people, a small lie getting out of proportions, and now it's like, here we are. But that is insane. Like if you look at that, you'd be like, this woman is unhinged. That could very quickly be rewritten as a thriller. I swear. Like it's really interesting to think about. Loved You've Got Mail when I was younger. Love that trope in fantasy books, but on rewatch, kind of gaslighting. Yeah, exactly. Loved Sleepless in Seattle. Love Actually. I was gonna say, like, there are people who absolutely adore this. And also Reading in the Garden. I believe that's my mom. So I'm talking about these era films that like my parents had me grow up on. So that's why I'm so familiar with them. And then have this with Love Actually. Still watch it every Christmas, but definitely has its criticisms, right? And it's like, we can criticize, doesn't have to take away our enjoyment. We can just still like it for what it gives us, like what we need from it. Watch while you were sleeping at least once a year. Love it. See? And it's just like, we're okay. We'll take it. Did you like Serendipity? I don't think I know that one. I might have to look into that. Yes, you're right. It's the Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan era. Yes, exactly, for sure. Okay, whatever I think of Tom Hanks, I also always think of Big, and that's another one where I remember when I was younger, I liked it, but when I think back on it, I ended up watching. There was like an interview or a discussion about various films, and this one person on the panel was like, "Big is absolutely absurd, not because this young boy has, wished to become an adult. It's that these like people who created this film assumed that an adult woman would be interested in a child man, like someone that is like completely knows nothing about the world. Like that is not she would not be into that. And I thought that that was very funny. So those are the films I always think about put together. Hello, Beth. Good afternoon. Glad you made it. We're about to jump into another sprint, though, just so you know. A Pinch of Magic. I think we talked about that before. There is a book that I read a while ago that was quite good, and I don't know if I'm mixing that title up with a different one. You've got Mail, one of my all-time favorite movies, Fish says, and that's what I'm saying. Like all of these ones, we have to just accept that they were of a certain era, nostalgia. People, we're just gonna keep loving them, and that's fine. So yeah, I love that. I'm halfway in my middle grade book, Survived the Destruction of Pompeii. Oh, the I Survived books. Yes, that is also a really great middle grade series, actually. Rewatched it recently. Holds up from what I remember regarding Serendipity. I must have missed that one. I don't know what this book. I keep saying book because I've got books on the brain. But I don't think I know that movie. Love Meg Ryan's clothes and You've Got Mail. I will say that era of clothing, there's even nostalgia with that, like when you're watching a film and even like the film style. So there's a lot to appreciate beyond like a storyline that may or may not work for everyone nowadays. I think I saw that too about the Child Man. Right. We probably are on the same algorithm because it was definitely while I was like scrolling and I was like, that is a good point. But you know what? We just accept things. Like, even if it's not realistic, it is what it is. But that was hilarious. Back from Aaron's. Hello, Cindy. I hope Aaron's went well. Pinch of Magic is great. Such a good series. Yeah, I think I'm mixing it with a different series, but that doesn't mean I should probably read it, actually. Okay, well, friends, I am going to send us off into another sprint. But this has been fun. I really like the chats because while we talk about books, we usually just jump off something else. And I think it acts as a really necessary reset. And now I'm ready to focus once more. We'll go for another hour. I'll see you guys when we get back. Make sure to check if you've got water nearby. Are you hydrating today? Because that's something we kind of forget when we're really hyper focused. Make sure we're eating. A lot of people have been talking about lunch, dinner. Is it time for you to have a meal? And don't feel like you need to focus if you need to take a break for longer. So watch something, maybe watch one of these films, start one of the classic films we just talked about. That might be something you're suddenly in the mood for. But either way, I'm going to be listening to my audiobook and continuing to work on my blanket. So hopefully I can give you another update on that. I'll see you guys in an hour. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How was that second sprint for some of us? First sprint for others. I saw that there were a couple finished books, which is very exciting. And as some of you saw, I have been making more slow progress on my, you're going to hear a little bit of snipping ASMR. I made a little bit more progress on my blanket. So in front of me, I've got 3 more sections that aren't connected, but behind me, I made another large connection. So my thoughts are I'm going to make 3 like long strips, and then I'll make the final connections, and then I'll have a blanket. Very exciting. And I feel like it's just the colors are very fall too in my mind, and so I'm very, very excited about it. And also, yeah, long time no see for some of us. I saw that Pina joined. Hi, Pina. I hope you're doing well. A middle grade sci-fi, an oldie but hopefully a goodie. The Wind of Mars. I'm going to have to look into this because I was thinking the other day that whenever I read middle grade, I don't seem to find a lot of sci-fi options. So that actually sounds great. And also, Stacy finished her book, and you teared up, full tears. Oh my gosh, I'm so happy for you. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Let's see here. Tennille read more of Dragon Prince. Nice. Sarah just started the Book of Lost Books. So excited to get into it. That feeling of getting into a new book, especially when you're immediately, excited about it. That's awesome. Isurla worked some progress. Math lessons, wonderful. You did nothing wrong. Ooh. Yeah, before your eyes get tired. Another migraine. Yesterday's migraine. Maybe yesterday was just a day for migraines, unfortunately. What else? Yeah, it's looking pretty and cozy, doesn't it? I'm really pumped. I feel like it's going to keep me very warm, which is obviously the desire for a lot of blankets. Lynn made coffee. That sounds great. I see the last stop was read. 50% mark for Nellie. Wonderful. The 26-story treehouse. Congratulations, Savin, on finishing that. Lunch sprint. Luisina, that was me as well. So when I was off camera, I ended up heating up a little bit of quiche, broccoli and cheese, and obviously egg and all that goodness. And it was yummy. I really enjoyed it. The Fox Hunt. Ooh, another fox-related book mentioned in the comments. Assassin's Blade, very nice. Another lunch break for Bethany. One last hop. Oh, sorry. You know what? I knew what title you were talking about because obviously you also mentioned it's by Casey McQuiston, but I didn't even question the article that replaced the number. One last stop. Okay. Paladin's Grace for Cindy. Very nice. Kimberly took a break from reading. Very nice. Oh, you caught up with a friend. I mean, that's great. That's quite nice. The social productivity, because, sometimes even if we're introverts or if we're not the most social people, being social can give us a bit of a boost as well. And it's nice to check in with your friends. So that's great. Annika, very close to being done with your book. And it might be a 5-star, your first 5-star of the year. Actually, I'd be interested. How many people in the comments have yet to get a 5-star? It is March. We are in our 3rd month. Hopefully most of us have at least had one. I know that Annika just said that she hasn't yet. So she's probably in the minority, and hopefully this is a 5-star for you. But yeah, if anyone hasn't had a 5-star yet, hopefully this month is the month for you. I've actually been quite blessed with 5 stars, but I want to say 3 of them have been rereads. So that is something that remains a trend for me, is that my 5 stars get bolstered by the number of times I'm rereading. Annika started reading a book for book club next Monday. Oh, it's in Dutch. Very cool. Hopefully you can read it fast. Oh, but it's almost 400 pages. So, but you said next Monday or this coming Monday? Because that either means you've got 2 days or 9 days to read it. Josie joined. Amazing. Hello, Josie. 8 pages of The Secrets of Heartwood Hall. Wonderful. Oh, Luciana needs to start Middle Game. I always want to try that book, and then I just haven't gotten to it, but that is on my radar. Fish is making progress in Sign Here. I hope you're liking it. That is another one where I actually did a bit of a taste test for that book for Battle of the Booktuber, because I was thinking about recommending it to people, because there were quite a few people who said horror was a book that they want, like, was this genre for them. But I didn't end up going with it. And so I put it down and never got back to it. Let's see, 2 to 3, 5 stars for Alex. This was Stacy's first 5-star, but you've had a few 4. That's the other thing, is usually that means that we probably have a lot of 4 stars, which is nothing to be upset about. I see 1 5-star for the year so far. What else? My husband says I have passed my hater year of 2025. Oh no, Jacqueline, you were just a hater. You're like, I'm not vibing with these things. 0 for 8 on 5 stars. You've got a couple of 4.5s. See, that's the other thing, right? While there isn't a 5-star, that doesn't mean we're not getting 4 stars too. 2 5 stars, 2 books currently reading will definitely be 5 stars. Very nice. Louise, 100 pages left in your book. You're gonna get your next badge sewn. Very nice. Yeah, I guess I am. It's technically sewing in, isn't it? The way I'm connecting these. I guess I am kind of sewing. I guess that you'd call that. Hello, Ben. How are you? Let's see. Working today, so can't stay, but booped the like. Thank you. Good luck at work. Don't know what happened, but I had 3 5-star reads in February, which is not the norm. Isn't that interesting? Because obviously we all have different like standards or like preferences for like what makes it a 5-star. And so sometimes like 2 to 3 5 stars, that's normal for people. And other people, you're like, that is something's in the water. Like that's a weird sign. Yeah, for me, I think I've averaged 2 5 stars per month with new to me like experiences, because I kind of categorize rereads in a different category. Middle game, yes. Oh, it's this coming Monday. Oh my gosh. So yeah, you meant to start it sooner. Isn't that's how I am too. But I don't like starting my book club reads too soon, because then I fear I won't be as ready for a discussion. So it's like a catch-22. Like, what do you do? Had a few 5 stars so far. Wonderful. Brigands and Bread Knives. Very nice. Flamingo. It's on my list, but I'm going to read Bookshops and Bone Dust first. And then had 2 5 stars so far for Pete. It's very nice. Bia didn't read, watch some booktube. You know what? You needed a sprint to reset. And you've been reading like crazy because you're doing your 24-hour reading vlog right now. So this was a necessary break, I imagine. 4 5 stars for Nellie, and then 8 4.5s. This is the thing. Literally, because most of my reads have been 4 stars. I've had more 3 stars than usual, I will say that. But yeah, I've been pretty lucky. And then I have had quite a few DNFs, which is why there really aren't many I haven't given a 1 star this year. Maybe that's the actual like follow-up question. Has anyone had like how many 1 or 2 stars? I hope we haven't had too many of those, but again, I guess it depends on how you define a 1 or 2 star. So maybe it's not as severe compared to someone else's 1 or 2 star. Cindy's first Emily Wilde book was your technical first 5-star of the year. Your first 5 was a reread, right? Yeah, totally get that. I think my first 5-star might have been a reread as well. What was my first 5-star? I actually can't remember it now. 5 5-stars for Belle. 10 out of 20 books were 5 stars for you. Wonderful, Bree. That's awesome. Only 1 5-star. Yeah, quite a few of us have only had 1, 2, a lot of 4s. Pina finally read The Tainted Cup. Glad it was my 5-star read of February. Yes, Pina, I'm so glad that you loved it. Oh my gosh. Good People by Pepmina Sabat. I got that book when it first came out through Libby, and then I just realized I didn't have time for it, so I put it back on hold, and so I'm going to wait for it to come back around. But I am very excited about that one, actually. Let's see. Average rating 3.8 over 140 books. I think that's fine. I feel like I would want my average to be no lower than that. Maybe like a 3.75. Ideally, I would love it to be like a 4. But you know, that probably is too high for some people. You've had 1 star, which is a DNF for you. And this also brings up the discussion on whether you rate your DNF. So that's interesting. Good to know that. I pick and choose. It depends on how far I get into the book and how strongly I feel. But usually with DNFs, I don't rate. But last year I did have a few that I rated, even though I DNF'd them. No 1 or 2 stars. Interesting. Pretty much go in with a good idea of how much. That's the other thing. I think that like if you aren't having that, it's not that you inflate your ratings. It's just that you probably know what you like, and so you don't have to have a worry about it. Only had 1 2 star so far for Nadine. Lowest star rating for me has been a 3 star. Okay, getting better at noticing when it doesn't work for me. Exactly. I think that's the case too. Is knowing when to be like, I'm just gonna put it down and we're just not going to think about this book anymore. 5 star was Emily Wilde based off of me. Oh gosh. Yeah, for those who haven't checked it out yet, definitely check out Fish's channel because for various reasons. But also, she kindly highlighted a few of my best books, and the only spoiler I'll say is she didn't hate any of them. You're gonna have to find out how she feels about various books. But one of the books she did read in that vlog was Emily Wilde, and I was very happy to watch it. So definitely check it out, friends. And then had a lot of 5 stars this year. Wonderful. Having a good reading year, which is what we want to see. So that's great. 6 5 stars for Hannah out of 21. And also for those of us who are providing like our total books read, I think that provides good context. We all read at different paces. Some of us will read a few books every month, and that is what our life allows us, and maybe what we're interested in reading, because not all of us want to read 20 books a month. And then some of us do read 20 books a month because that's our priority as far as hobbies and relaxation. And so it's good to kind of show what actually out of how many books you read. So I'm glad people are doing that, because I didn't even think about that kind of changing our answer. 1 DNF had a 2.5 stars. That's right, because some of us do quarter and half-star ratings. 5 stars. 1 DNF so far for Stacy. Don't rate DNFs on any sites or social media, just in my book journal. Oh, that's kind of like a bit of a blend of it. So you do rate them, but just not on media sites. Let's see, no 2 stars or 1 stars for me. Have DNF'd about 5 books. Yeah, I've DNF'd. I could pull up my spreadsheet. I think I've officially DNF'd 6 or 7 books this year. I only had 1 DNF in January, but then February and March, I've kind of I've amped it up a bit. I've DNF'd way more. I will say there's been a couple books that for the most part, I don't regret finishing any, but there's probably at least 1 or 2 that I'm like, I didn't need to finish that book, but hindsight is 2020. So, oh well, it is what it is. Only 5-star so far this year was Down Among the Sticks and Bones. See, this is also the thing though. So people who, if you're like, I only have 1 5-star or 2 stars, and then you give us the titles, I feel like that probably means it's a really good book. Like that got you to the 5-star that you were craving. And so I'm like, we might need to make sure that we're writing some of these down when people mention which books they've given 5 stars so far. Don't rate my DNFs because it's not my cup of tea. Right, it's nothing. And I will say that a lot of times, like, the way you described it not being my cup of tea, that's how I feel. And that usually means it's probably just going to be a 3-star, perfectly fine book. Like, if I give a book a 3-star, that probably means it's just not for me. But it's good that it's written. I can see an audience for it. Other people will be giving it 5 stars because it's exactly the book for them. So, and then because of that though, I'm like, well, why am I reading this when the author didn't write this for me? Like, it's not fair to anyone. So anyway, but I also understand the opposite feeling of people they need to get to the end. They want to know what happens. Maybe it gets better and they're going to find it worth it. That never happens for me, if I'm being honest. Only 1 DNF for Annika. Don't rate DNFs, Bethany says. Let's see. I have a very slow reading year, but have to pick up the pace of it. Only if you want to, Louise. Only if you really want to dedicate more time, but no 5 stars yet. That's what I'm more concerned about. I hope you get a 5-star soon. To be honest, I've given up on stars. This is the other thing. You know what I will say? I go back and forth once in a while. I don't vlog very often. I'm not really a vlogging channel, even though I like doing it when I do it, and actually can like feel in the mood for it. But I do find that I get in the certain moods where I'll say I really enjoyed a book, but I won't tell you guys the rating. And other times and sometimes I will be very specific in what my ratings are. So it's interesting because I do think that sometimes when we give a certain rating, it can deter people as far as like, oh, I gave it 3 stars. Someone would be like, oh, okay, I'm not going to read it. Versus like, if you took away that rating, the various things I said, maybe that would make you want to read it, but hearing 3 stars, can turn people off. So while I'm very much a rating person, I have thought about moving into not talking about ratings as much when I'm discussing books, but I don't know. Maybe people just would rather just know the rating. So anyway, I appreciate that. I think that that's an interesting way to go about it. And I have friends who don't rate books. They don't see it as being beneficial to them. They don't really take much stock in it, and that's good to have people like that too, so we don't feel pressured to rate because you don't have to. You don't have to rate at all. But very stingy with your stars. Yes, Anna. That's the other thing is like so someone who gives a book like 4 stars or even like a 3.5, that might be an amazing rating for them. Saying if I'm giving it 3.5, that means everyone should read it because like you're a little bit harsher or more stingy, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know that I got Annika to be the inspiration for this conversation. But Annika has said that she's not the kindest reader at times. But it's not that she's not being kind. It's just that she's got a different preference. You know what I mean? So whenever. Who is it? I think actually in the manor. I think it's Annika and Isra. When they give like 3-star range books, I feel like I've succeeded. Like I feel like I'm like I've chosen a pretty good book because they enjoyed it because I think that they're a little bit more stingy too. So that's perfectly fine. All right. Well, on that note, friends, we are going to go into another sprint. We'll go for another hour. I know that it was asked earlier during the sprint, actually the last sprint, how long I would go for. I don't have any preference right now. There's no time that I definitely need to get off. So I'm just we're flowing as long as we're ready to flow. So just so people know, because I know that it can be kind of like what are we doing? Are we wrapping up? Are we going on? We're continuing on. That's my plan until the mood changes. So yeah, I'll see you guys in another hour. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I saw some more people joined, which was great to see. Jacqueline ended up falling victim to going to the store, eyeing some fun festive things, maybe an Easter egg dyeing kit or two, and here we are. But you know what? I think it's worth it. It'll be fun for the family, so that sounds great. And only about $15. Like that's not bad compared to other things. Meanwhile, Betty clearly has put us all to shame. Like, talk about productivity. That is amazing. All the different things that you did. Inspiring indeed. I saw Hannah say that and I'm like, yep, that's very inspiring. And yeah, so what did I get up to? I didn't even tell you guys how I did in the last sprint, but I am officially now like 30% of the way through the map makers. This is like whipping by. I almost want to take my time with it. I probably will hit 50% today, maybe. And then I'm going to pause because I don't want to be reading it too quickly because I'm really, really liking it. Hello, Ash. Good afternoon, Meg. Finished My Husband's Wife. Amazing. 3.5 stars. So it was fun. You know what? That's great. Sometimes that's what we need. Had just finished editing a clip when that sound went off. Nice. Thought their premiere had a fun noise when it exported. You're like, what? That would be quite nice if it had that sound because it would be like a nice calming noise of, you finished editing. Congratulations. It's like, no, in fact, that's not the case. But congrats on finishing. That's actually something I need to do. So Bree, you have reminded me that in the evening, I'm going to have to edit a little bit just to make myself feel like I'm on top of things. Bethany, 172 pages into First Time Caller. Think I found my first book boyfriend this year. That's amazing. Ooh, baked potato for lunch sounds delicious. 24 pages, 40 pages during the sprint. Oh my gosh. 97% into your book. Annika, yes, I'm glad that she muted me. She better have. Or she's going to hear me talking about her. You better have muted me, Annika. Made it to 94%. I mean, oh my goodness. Depending on how many pages you guys have left, feel free, mute me. I will not be offended because then you can come back and let me know, what the rating was and everything. 50% into pictures of you, page 78 in your book, 50% into Paladin's Grace. Oh my goodness. So unless something drastically changes, solid 4.5, 4.75. That is amazing. Tress of the Emerald Sea is getting some representation. Wonderful. I do love the cover of that book, how green it is. It's really like beautifully designed. 60% for Bia. Didn't read this time. That's okay. Showered after finishing a section. We're still getting stuff done. Fed the cats. People are doing things. It doesn't matter. And I think the cats will appreciate it. So, they take precedence. 50% of the Dragon Prince. So 3 badges. Wonderful. And listening to Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. What are you thinking about this, Louise? Obviously, there are people who simply just like everything by Schwab. But I heard some mixed reviews about that particular title. I know it's because it's got multiple POVs and not all of them are people's favorites. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on that. I've never read anything by that author, actually. So I'm coming in with no past knowledge. Helped your kids get to bed. Wonderful. 2 chapters of Winds of Mars. I saw that, actually. So, Pina, I saw that you sent me a DM, and I was like, ooh, Pina sent me something about this book, and I'll get to it. So thanks for letting me know about it. Good night. I hope you sleep well, Pina. I'll check out the DM and I'll respond to you. So thanks for sending it to me because I know it was about this title you're reading. Read 44 pages in my book, worked on my journal. I did too. I worked on my reading journal a little bit actually. So I was jumping around while I was listening. Let me move my mouse out of the way. In front of me, everything is fine. Everything is fine. My book just dropped, my notebook, but it's okay. So look at this. I ended up putting not all of them together, but I have 3 sections now, and I'm going to put all of them together at some point. I think I'm going to take a break from sewing just because I don't want to, rush it. And I've been enjoying it as I've slowly gone, but it's also like a pretty heavy blanket. Look at that. I'm so excited. but I'm going to set it aside. And let me see if I can find wherever my, oh, there it is. I was like, where did it fall? This is what fell that made all of that noise. Isn't that kind of ridiculous that it was one book that made so much noise? But yeah, so I ended up doing a little bit of my reading journal as well. Finally, I know we're well into March now, and even my bullet journal is quite simplistic. But for some reason, it's still taking me like reminders to actually update it. But I am enjoying it. Finished first time caller just in time. Oh my gosh. That's so funny dilemma because Bethany is reading that right now and was talking about how she's loving it. So a second person has just mentioned the book. Forgot about the timer, 66% in her last breath. Awesome, Pete. 45 minutes left in the book. Perfect, because we will go for another sprint. Oh, but like depending on, so it said minutes. So Hannah, it sounds like you're listening on audio, so maybe you could take it with you when you go for a walk in the next sprint. Might be it. Actually, now it's blue skies. Speaking of which, it looks like a beautiful day. It's supposed to be quite warm this weekend for us. In my area, it's like this, it's in the 60s in Fahrenheit. So what is that in Celsius? Like mid to high teens. I think it's kind of in the high teens for Celsius, but it's supposed to be like 60 degrees today, and I'm very, very excited about it. And thanks, Ash. Yeah, I'm really proud of the blanket. It's been an interesting process because it was the first project I ever started with crochet. Well, actually, how dare I say that as I stare at Bartholomew. This was my first crochet project actually, but as far as not having a kit and just kind of doing stuff, so I'm pretty pleased that it didn't end up being a complete disaster. Let's see, 59% for Nellie. Last chapter was tough to get through for the subject matter. Isn't that's tough? Sometimes, what was it actually? So the book I read last night was Cybernetic Cafe, and it was really lovely, but I did kind of feel like I was tearing up at times, and I was thinking, am I going to cry on the internet? Are people going to see me? And I held it together, but there were some really lovely moments that made me tear up, actually. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I also was very tired, so my eyes were watering anyway. So, maybe it wasn't that it was a mixture of being emotional and just my eyes saying, Leandra, we want sleep. 200-page mark for Song of Achilles. Have to go do some housework before getting ready for a ballet tonight. That sounds lovely. I hope you have a great time. And yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Did so great. Almost completing an Afghan is an accomplishment. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate it. And it's been really fun. Like, I've enjoyed the entire process, actually, which is really exciting. So it's confirmed that it's an official hobby of mine. Like, I definitely want to keep doing it. Hello, Amanda. Welcome to the party. You built a garden bed this morning, and now you started planting your garden. Oh my gosh. See, I think with every passing year, I'm becoming more of a spring person. I've always loved fall. That's my favorite season. It will always be my favorite season. But I find that I really enjoy spring too. And so I think these like transitional seasons are my favorite. People love summer, people love winter, and I do enjoy them for just like changing of the seasons, but I really enjoy spring. Maybe it's just because the excitement of finally having nice weather, and it's the perfect temperature for me. Spring and fall, that's where my body is happy because I don't like sweating, and I don't mind being bundled up in the cold, but yeah, so a garden sounds like this. That is getting me very excited for spring to spring because it hasn't sprung yet, but it will. And then finish your audiobook on. Oh yeah, you're gonna finish your audiobook on the next sprint. Great, Hannah. Not sure yet. Only 4 hours in. 18 hours over. Yeah, it is a longer book. We're talking about Bury Your Bones in the Midnight Soil for those who are trying to keep up with the various topics I'm juggling. For now, you enjoy the historical perspective most. Ooh, I love to hear that. Going to make a Paris fog. Ooh, to sip during the next sprint. Wait, what makes it Paris fog? I enjoy a London fog. I love an Earl Grey. I love all of that. But what makes it a Paris fog? Interesting. Caffeine is very much needed right now. Yeah, you know what's so funny is you guys probably have seen me sipping my coffee. I've had this coffee since like 9:30, 10 a.m. I've been nursing it the entire time. And I've officially finished it. And, it's 3 o'clock here, so I probably don't really need any more caffeine myself. If I didn't drink my coffee so slowly, I'd probably be getting a second cup too. And I also it's quite a large cup. It's a medium here. And by here, I mean in the United States, but it's rather large. Like, I think it's like 12, it might be 16 ounces. It's a lot of coffee. I just read the Cybernetic Cafe this week too. Loved it. Yeah, isn't it so Cybernetic Cafe? I kind of want to say cafe as well because it's almost an alliteration. Like it's cybernetic cafe. So sound wise, it doesn't blend together. But them both starting with C's, that's what I've been feeling about. So how there's the Agnes Aubert's Mystical Cat Shelter. I keep wanting to call it Mystical Cat Cafe. And I keep telling myself, I'm like, Leandra, it's not a cat cafe. It's a cat shelter. So it's funny how we, maybe cafe is just on the brain. We like cafes around here. So finished 5 stars. Yes, Annika. Highly recommend the Humane Society for Creatures and Cryptids. So this was your 5-star. And for those who were here last sprint, because we were talking about how many 5 stars we've had this year, this is Annika's first 5-star of the year. So it's coming very, very highly recommended. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. Making brownies, wonderful. So are you, Jacqueline, are you reading that Clune title in Spanish? Or are you reading it in English, but that's the Spanish title? Because interesting. If you're reading it in Spanish, that's really cool. Going to deal with money things next sprint. It's got to be done. It has to be done. Spring, fall person yourself too, Cindy. Birds of a feather, kindred spirits. I know that some people are diehard summer fans, though, and I very much understand the preference of that. Or winter. I love how beautiful winter can be, but it's also, by the end, I'm kind of tired of it. I enjoy the early winter weather, but right now, getting into March, I'm done. I'm ready to be done with winter. So don't have Earl Grey, but I do have Paris blend tea. Oh, okay. So still has bergamot, but it has a slightly different flavor. Okay, interesting. I was like, what is this? Because it makes me want to almost. I was like, is there a Barcelona fog? Is there a Vienna fog? How many other cities are there that have fog? I just imagined that there would be a different kind of flavor profile per thing. So that's very cool. I read that the last week of February, 5 stars. Oh my gosh. So for the Mystical Cat Shelter, I'm glad that you said something, Hannah, because we always talk about so many titles that I was about to, we were almost going to get into a scenario like yesterday when I said, what did I say? I thought we were saying that Daggermouth was a reimagining of Heated Rivalry. Now that I understand, that's the most absurd thing that I thought. I don't understand how I got that confused. So I'm glad that you confirmed. Mystical Cat Shelter, that's what we're talking about. Oh, I'm so glad that you gave it 5 stars. Keep referring to that book as Cat Agency. Yeah, it's almost, and it's quite a long, and even Agency, Agnes Aubert, your brain might be going alliteration with different words. And especially with longer titles like that, I think. What's the other one? I feel like we've always been in our long titles era, but the one that I always think about because it has so many nouns in it is the Village Demon Library. Wait, was it? The Village Library Demon Hunting Society has 4 nouns in it. And I'm like, so some of these titles are just getting out of control. Okay, you're reading it in Spanish. Very cool. Definitely a fall spring person. A spring person, but look better in fall colors. Ooh, that is that's a fun way of saying it. Being but fall is better with my wardrobe. Yeah, I do like fall colors. So I really enjoy fall spring, as I mentioned, but fall colors. I feel like there's so many things. Fall food, fall colors, fall weather. Fall activities, fall temperature. It honestly has it all. It has my birthday too. so that might be a little bit of a preference as well. Just got back from the walk with the dog. Hot outside. Okay, so it's hot for Betty. I haven't been, it probably will feel warm for me because I'm not used to it. Oh, and it's in the 70s. Oh, yeah. That's a huge difference. And isn't it interesting how like 70 will feel quite hot out for us, but in however many months, if your area gets to 80s, 90s, that's what becomes hot, and 70 feels like a cool day. It's interesting how our bodies like acclimate to that. Spring, fall, girl here, yes. The tea sounds like a good idea. It really does. I enjoyed some tea yesterday. I had ginger tea. So I might actually make myself a tea in this next sprint. Might have to make some too. Summer in Florida is too hot, so it also probably depends on where you are too. As far as like if like winter might not be one's favorite if they were living in Canada, for instance, or Alaska, because it's quite rough. Versus summer might not be the most fun if you're in like the southern United States or closer to the equator in general. I suppose is kind of the way to describe it as well. Hello, Fluff. Welcome. One more badge. Okay, lovely, Louise. Congrats. So one left, then on to maybe move some over to the campfire blanket. Ooh, almost 80 in Virginia. Holy moly. That feels so hot right now. I feel that feels like wild to have 80 in March, but like maybe that's normal in Florida. I mean, I say Florida, in Virginia. Fall a fave indeed. Autumn is fun until it rains for 3 weeks straight. Yeah, and Anna is talking in the Netherlands as well. So once again, depends on the area, as far as where you are and what kind of weather to expect in a given season. So yes, I very much that makes sense. A valid point, Anna. Girl, you look like my friend. Oh my gosh. It's so weird. I have heard I have doppelgangers, weirdly enough. 79 feels like 80 here. 77 in West Virginia. Yeah, it's a warm, almost like summer day, I think, in our neck of the woods. Too much. 43 days ago. Yeah, yeah. And I think most of us are talking in Fahrenheit for our Celsius people, by the way. Obviously, you would understand that, but even like 40, I feel like people would be dead. Like that's quite hot in Celsius. But yeah, it's a stark difference from a handful of days ago. But anyways, on that note, we have reached the end of our discussion. And so my thought is that we will switch over to another sprint. We'll go for another hour, and I'll see you guys when we get back. Happy sprinting. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I know some people joined during that sprint. It was really lovely to see more people hanging out with us. And actually, while I'm here, I'm going to edit this image that I have on screen because it's a lie. I was reading The Map Makers, and now this sprint, I switched over to Cast. I think I'm on chapter 15 in The Map Makers. Oh yeah, I just finished chapter 15, about to start chapter 16. And then I thought, you know what? I don't want to work on my blanket any longer, which is hanging out behind me. And I was like, let me make myself some tea. We were talking about tea earlier. Rather than Earl Grey, I had myself some Lady Grey, which is basically the same thing. But I think it has like lemon flavors, orange peel as well. And it was very nice. And then while I was doing that, I'm like, well, I don't really have anything to do as far as like if I wanted to continue an audiobook. And so I picked back up Cast, which some of you will remember. When did I start this? Back in January. I'm just so slow with any nonfiction. But this is so important. Like the fact that I'm still reading this in March, don't take that into consideration that it's not worth a read. Like it really is. I'm so glad I picked it up actually, because I'm probably going to read it for the rest of the day because I definitely want to make progress. Yes, Lady Grey tea. It's really nice. I think it might be my favorite. I usually get Twining's like kind of group pack that's got Earl Grey, Lady Grey, English breakfast, and then Irish breakfast. And weirdly, I think my favorites are Irish breakfast and Lady Grey. And I think those are like the opposite spectrum of caffeine across the four. But those are my two favorites. See that other people are mentioning progress in their various reads. Wonderful. Back from your nap. Hello, Louisina. I hope you had a good nap. And now you're already had some afternoon coffee. Wonderful. Kimberly had tea as well. Oh, we have another finished audiobook, 4.5 stars. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Really want to read Cast. Yeah, Holly, I know that you just joined not long ago and you had asked me what I was thinking about it. And it's a tough read though. It's really good, but it's really tough. Like even this one statistic. So I'll read a little snippet of it for you. It says, it is a measure of how long enslavement lasted in the United States that the year 2022 marks the first year that the United States will have been an independent nation for as long as slavery lasted on its soil. No current day adult will be alive in the year in which African Americans as a group will have been free for as long as they had been enslaved. That will not come until the year 2111. Like, my gosh, it's astonishing and really horrific. But so important that Isabel Wilkerson felt compelled to write this. Yeah, it's really hard. And it's so important though. So for those who are looking to read more nonfiction, who want to read nonfiction that is important and thought-provoking and will just make you like really consider the lives of other people and, history, future, everything encapsulated. I think Cast is a really good example of it. Especially, I think everyone should read it, but especially if you're in the United States, we should be aware of this history and like how long enslavement was normalized. And actually, she even talks about this one example of how there are forms of slavery today in different ways. But like, for instance, if we're talking about people who are taken and used for like sexual enslavement, right? If that person escapes and, finds himself in a land that it is not legal, there is no world that would allow those captors to come and take that person back. But that's something that happened. Because here in the United States, for those who aren't American, there were states that slavery was legal and states where slavery wasn't. And even if an enslaved person escaped to a location where slavery was illegal, they were allowed to be taken back. And that is just, think about that in like 2026. That's insanity. Like, it's just, it's really like, it just blows your mind, how so many horrific things were normalized. And I mean, even today we have our own versions of it, as I mentioned, but, so yes, basically, I cannot recommend this enough. And I'm not even 50 pages into this. I'm about to hit the 50-page mark. And so that just shows that I'm already like so glad I'm reading this. Prefer Twining's Prince of Wales. I don't think I've had that one yet, Annika. I might have to. Lavender Oat Milk Creamer. That sounds really lovely. Banicula's a really sweet, like little middle grade horror. Like it's really not scary. But I guess we'll call it horror for those who want to dip their toes into something like that. Strawberry Hibiscus Tea sounds lovely. Ooh, best nonfiction I've read recently is One Day Everyone Will Always Have Been Against This. That's literal, like, honestly, that totally feels like stuff that I'm reading here. Like, it's crazy to think about the stuff that was going on back then. So, okay, I'm going to keep that in mind. Thank you, Tanel. I appreciate that. I'm definitely going to be looking into that title. I feel like I've heard of it. It might have been on the bestsellers list, but I'm waiting for my copy of One Day Everyone. So that is definitely going to be one on my list as well. She also wrote The Warmth of Other Suns, the epic story of America's Great Migration. You know what, Jacqueline? I did see that. I think I was looking. Oh, and you know what? The reason why I know that is because it's on the cover. You can see it here. And I was like, oh, that's something I'm going to have to look into. Or, I think also a coworker ended up reading that by her, because I was telling her that I was reading Cast, and she's like, oh, I've read one of her other books, and so and she said that it's phenomenal. Read both Cast and The 1619 Project by Hannah Jones. Both are super heavy material, but also really important. Yeah, I believe it. And it's so interesting because when I feel as though I tend to lean towards fiction that is more escapist, but when it comes to nonfiction and even like escapist fiction, they can highlight these topics as well in the form of fiction, but when it comes to nonfiction, I feel like I definitely lean towards like heavier topics myself. I managed to finish my math lecture. Wonderful, Isurla. Getting pretty tired, so this will be my last sprint. Understandable. And actually, I will say, guys, that I'm probably going to wrap up today myself. We've been online, at least those who've been here from the beginning, for over 5 hours. So I do think it's time for us. I know that some of you guys just joined, but for the rest of us, I think it's time for us to end our screen time today. Thanks, Ellen. I mean, the thing is I should have read this a long time ago too. Like, I'm so glad that I finally read it. And so that just shows that this remains relevant. People need to read this. I'm so happy I'm reading it. And actually, for those who have read it, I can't necessarily recommend this because I haven't read it myself, but let me show you guys some of the nonfiction that I have from the library right now. Let's see. It's so funny with the amount of nonfiction, like how long it takes me to read nonfiction. The fact that I've got 4 nonfiction books from the library right now, I don't know what I'm doing. But one of them, I think this seems like it's going to be very important. It's by Dorothy Roberts, and it's called The Mixed Marriage Project. And it involves mixed race marriages, a memoir of love, race, and family. And apparently she's also the author of Killing the Black Body. Another great one is her name Emily Bernard, is Black is the Body. That was really thought-provoking. And then I just have some more kind of like feel-good nonfiction. But this one I'm very excited about to get to. So yeah, hopefully moving forward. I also, because last year I really didn't read very much nonfiction at all, and I wanted to change that. So I think I'm also trying to like make an effort. But for those who are interested in the other stuff, Every Day I Read. This is by Huang Bo-rum, who's the author of Welcome to the Hyeonam-dong Bookshop. So that's fictional, but apparently the author came out with a nonfiction about reading. My director at the library, basically my boss, recommended it to me. And then I've got Avoidance, Drugs, Heartbreak, and Dogs, which, ADHD. I know that he's an artist, Jordan Stevens, but what's terrible is I mostly know him as Jade's partner from Little Mix, which I think I've mentioned before too. And then, for those who don't know, Winnie the Pooh turns 100 this year. And so Somewhere, A Boy and a Bear, I ended up borrowing this from the library too. So yeah, I've got a nice mix of nonfiction, I think, a variety of stuff. We'll see how long it takes me. But yeah, I hope everyone else has a wonderful rest of their day. Thanks for hanging out. If anyone knows of other people sprinting, for the people who just joined, feel free to mention them in the comments so that people know who to go to next. And I know, isn't it wild that it's like Kimberly says, how has it already been like 5 hours? It has, it really has. We've sprinted for, if we think about it, 4 sprints, an hour long, and then our little chats. Time flies, it truly does. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out with me, for watching me and rooting me on as I not only read, but work on my blanket that I'm slowly making. Thanks for doing March's readathon weekend event for TBRathon, whether you're participating or not. And yeah, I'm seeing everyone say thank you in the chat. So yeah, thank you guys too. Have a good rest of your day, a good rest of your weekend. Happy reading throughout March. But I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everybody.